Memorial Day went the Rangers' way, thanks to a smoking hot Prince Fielder and some poor Indians defense in the center of the diamond. The offense brought the lumber once again. They're averaging 5 runs a game this month. Danny Salazar hopes the offense continues to roll as he toes the rubber for the Tribe next on Sports Time Ohio. Warm and humid in downtown Cleveland, and with that, this time of year, you're starting to get the shower activity on the increase. And so because of that, the Indians and Rangers will be delayed at the outset here tonight. Boy, it was beautiful up until about 15 minutes ago, but the dark clouds are moving into downtown Cleveland, and we understand that there is shower activity in the vicinity. And so the thinking is they don't want to start this game and have to get your starting pitcher, in a rain delay after maybe an inning or two. So the thinking is you push the start time back, let the rain move through, and then get the game underway. At least that's the plan.
Well, it makes sense. You don't want to start the game and a half hour later you have the tarp and you're going to sit for a while because you do burn the pitchers out, and then it's a bullpen game, and no club wants it because they're in the midst of a 20-game streak where, without an off day.
Yeah.
So I totally understand that. They say about 7:30 the rain was supposed to hit. So we'll see. We have no idea. We just sit up here and wait for it. When they open the windows and take the tarp off, we say, let's go.
Well, the man in the know is down on the field. That's our Andre Knott. And Andre, it looked like both starting pitchers were either in the bullpen or on their way to the bullpen, and then the plan changed.
Yeah, that tells you how quickly everything has changed. Both Danny Salazar and Wandy Rodriguez were out into the bullpen. Sandy Alomar, who usually makes the trek out about 5 minutes after the starting pitcher, he looked at me and he goes, I don't think they need me out there. The field is ready. The field is completely ready to go, but they put the tarp on once they were able to get it ready. Terry Francona, different people have been talking down here. As Rick just said, they think something's coming about 7:30, 7:35. It looks pretty bad. They're hoping that there's not a cell after that and that they'll be able to get the game underway. So right now we're going to just sit and wait and hope this storm isn't as bad as it looks, and hopefully we can get 9 innings in at some point in time tonight. Right now, I'll give it back to you guys and try to find a nice dry spot for myself.
Do you have an umbrella?
No,
we have a spot up here you can rent.
No, I've got this old red jersey.
By the hour.
We got this red jersey.
You can rent by the hour in our booth.
I was going to get it signed, but I didn't want to devalue it. But I'm just going to hold it over my head. See how that can keep me dry.
Andre, one of the first games I ever went to was when Rick was playing. They gave away the red rain ponchos.
Ooh.
That would be perfect right now.
And we have one for you up here.
Oh, yeah. Then you want to throw me out once it's done and see if it's a parachute, right?
Well, we'll hand it out the door and
see
then
if it's a parachute.
Take it late.
Perfect.
All right, thanks a lot, Andre, for the latest down on the field. And, again, we'll keep you updated all night long. If, in fact, we do get this game underway, the Indians are going to have to figure out a way to cool off Prince Fielder because he is absolutely locked in at the plate right now. He's got 4 straight multi-hit games. Rick, he's having fun. He wasn't having fun, admittedly, last couple of years playing baseball. He had the neck surgery,
right,
and now he's healthy, and it looks like he's playing free and easy.
Well, he's totally locked in. This is one of the best hitters in baseball. You can go back for power, for average, and for home runs, and he's doing that again this year. He's leading the league in batting average. Look at his last 4 games. It's like high school. 4 homers, 12 RBIs, and 11 hits. Only the second Ranger to ever do that. Pudge Rodriguez was the other guy. But Fielder is doing everything in his power for the Texas Rangers. They've won 6 in a row. They're playing great baseball, and you got Beltre hitting behind them. They've got Hamilton coming back now. So there's no telling how good this offense can be. But right now, he is the man making it work.
And it's hard to believe because when we have watched Prince Fielder over the years when he was in Detroit, and now with the Texas Rangers, he always looks like a big kid out there having a lot of fun. But he said when he was in Detroit, especially at the end, he was just consumed by not having fun to the point where he was snapping at his teammates, and he was just a miserable person. Hard to believe that it got to that point for him, but I'm happy that he's back and having fun playing again.
Well, that's the key to this game, having fun. And here was a guy that played every game for a number of years in a row. He wouldn't miss anything. He is the ultimate gamer. I think when you miss a year like he did, you had the surgery to your neck, and you sit out for a while, and you look and you watch and you observe, and you know what? You know how much you miss the game, and you see the other people having fun. It gives you a different perspective on the baseball game, on the baseball field, and he certainly has that this year.
Well, and as he says, Rick, he's got a Hall of Famer hitting behind him, Adrian Beltre, and now an MVP, a former MVP in Josh Hamilton. If Hamilton gets going, well, then this Rangers team has an opportunity because as we've seen so far in the American League, with the exception of Kansas City that's playing exceptional, everybody else is kind of in the same boat. There's no really clear-cut favorites outside of the Royals right now in the American League.
Well, and in the Western Division, too, because Houston's the one that's really taken off, and that's where Texas is playing in that Western Division. If they can get their pitching situated with the offense that they have right now and the way they're playing in the month of May, with their closer, their bullpen, they have issues. But they're working on that right now as we speak because they have 3 solid starters on the disabled list.
Yeah.
If they can get something like that turned around or maybe add another piece or two to the puzzle, they could be in the running. You never know.
Well, save that 5th spot in the Indians starting rotation. The Tribe seems to have figured things out. They've gotten things turned around. They're playing much better baseball. As I said, that 5th spot in the rotation, that's something they still have to work through. Sean Markham got banged around yesterday. Today, though, you're going to get Danny Salazar. And here's Corey Kluber, who won the Cy Young a year ago. Don't look now. Danny Salazar's making a case that his name could be Cy Young worthy by the time the season's all said.
Well, the light went on in Danny's head for whatever reason. And I'll tell you what, he has been a treat to watch. He has an explosive fastball, as we all know. But what he's added to this is a changeup. And he's gone fastball, high fastballs, and a changeup. That fastball starts at the letters, but his changeup starts up there and it goes down. He is 4-0 in 4 starts after an Indians loss. He's 5-1 on the year. He had a no decision against the Rangers in his last start. He will be matched up against Wandy Rodriguez, a left-hander, 36 years old. He's having a good year for him. They don't score when he's on the mound, but you can see he lost to the Indians back on May 15th. So it's another left-hander, but the Indians, that's when they turned it around on their last road trip, is against this guy when they scored in Texas.
Yeah, and then they went to Chicago and beat up some more left-handers. So hopefully the Indians can get back on the winning track after they had their win streak snapped yesterday by the suddenly streaking Texas Rangers, who have reeled off 6 wins in a row. We'll be back with more from Progressive Field as we wait out Mother Nature tonight. It's about to be Game 2 of a 3-game series between Cleveland and Texas. But in the meantime, stay tuned. We're back with more after this. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you some people say if you're in first place after Memorial Day, it's not a fluke. Yet to be seen. There's still a lot of naysayers that Houston has to prove wrong.
Second best record in all of baseball. I would say that's off to a pretty darn good start.
Danny Salazar and the Indians, 20-24, 8 games back in the AL Central. We've already talked about the Central Division standings, but the Indians have made a nice little move here of late, winning 7 of their last 10 to put themselves back in the conversation. The starting lineup for Jeff Bannister's Texas Rangers is presented by Toyota. Leonis Martin will lead it off tonight. Shin-Soo Choo bat second. Prince Fielder hitting third. Adrian Beltre, a couple of hits, including a home run yesterday. Bats cleanup. Then it's Josh Hamilton, Mitch Moreland, Elvis Andrus, Carlos Corcoran, and Tommy Field.
Well, tonight's Northern Ohio Honda starting pitch will be Danny Salazar for the Tribe, making his 8th start tonight. He has a record of 5-1, an ERA of .350. And he earned his 5th win last start against the Chicago White Sox. He's 6 shutout innings, allowed 5 hits, 8 strikeouts, 107 pitches, 75 strikes. And his other start coming against the Texas Rangers earlier this year, 2 starts ago, was his shortest start of the year. He went 4 2/3, gave up 9 hits and 7 runs. So he wants to amend that and make it much better than he did the last time. Let's check out the defense behind Salazar tonight, brought to you by Chrysler. Rayburn in left, Brantley center, Moss in right. Aviles at third, Ramirez at short, Kipnis is at second, Santana at first with Gomes doing the catching.
John Tumpin will call the balls and strikes. Jeff Delson, the crew chief, he's at first. Laz Diaz at second. And Corey Blazer is at first. Ready to go here at Progressive Field. And Salazar's first pitch of the night, a little bit high, ball 1. They had a strike call to even the count. Strike over the outside corner at the knees.
Salazar, 2 starts at home. He's 2-0, 346. Maybe he can get Texas in his home ballpark, and I see he's trying to establish that fastball early.
Swung on and missed. He strikes him out, got him to chase one up high. 1 down. Here are the keys to the game, brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Don't let Prince be king. Well, he's good luck, because he has been just a terror lately at the plate. Keep the heat on Wandy Rodriguez, the Texas starter. The Indians handled him down in the Lone Star State. We'll see if they can do it again. Chu 0 for 4 yesterday. Bouncing ball, routine play for Kipnis.
You can like that. 1 pitch, 1 out.
2 down. Danny Salazar's last start was the first this year in which he has not allowed a home run. And for the Indians, for whatever reason, the first inning home run bug has really been costly for them in terms of getting behind early. They've given up 13 first inning home runs this year. They gave up 10 all of last season.
Yeah, and there's 4 months to go.
So whether that's, first inning concentration needs to be sharper, whether it's just coincidence, just one of those years, I don't know. But the numbers jump out at you given what happened a year ago.
Yeah, that's a lot. The home runs. You don't like to give up. Teams are going to score in the first run, and this is a team, the Texas Ranger team, that jumps out in the first 3 innings on you early. They like to.
Yes.
They did yesterday. Yep. They've done it all year.
Prince Fielder, that's how hot he is. He just slapped it the other way, and that's going to go into the left field corner for a 2-out double.
Yeah, you want to talk about how dialed in this guy is. That was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. And we'll show it to you on pitch tracks. And you can see he just slaps it the other way. He's locked in, man. That's about as good as you can go. They're playing him over. He takes his double. He uses the whole field.
Now, the neck surgery that he underwent was somewhat similar to what Peyton Manning went through. So it was very invasive. It was quite serious. And I think the biggest thing for Prince Fielder is knowing that, okay, there's something literally wrong, physically wrong with me. I think a lot of the problem for him was the mental side of it going, is that it? Is this all there is? My career is going to just start, no, I can't do what I once did before. That's just the way it goes? No. Once they found out there was a physical issue, he was able to get it fixed. And now he's taking extra bases on balls in the dirt. Wild pitch advances into third.
Well, that's the first wild pitch of the year for Salazar. Gomes tried to put a body on it, keep it in front of him, but he slips as he's going to try and make a throw anyway. So he gets into third with 2 outs.
Beltre takes, it's in off the plate, 3-0. Josh Hamilton waits on deck. And he walks Beltre on 4 straight. And it will bring up Hamilton, who was 0 for 3 yesterday. And Hamilton was involved in the biggest play of the game. Hard to say there was one bigger than another in a 10-8 game, but it was Hamilton who had a little dribbler back to the mound that ended up in an errant throw to first by Zach McAllister, and that enabled Texas to take the lead that they would ultimately hold on to win. After the ball game, Jeff Bannister, the Texas manager, said he looked like a guy that's been away from the game for a while.
Yeah, and it will take a while for him to get back into it, no doubt. We're looking at Gomes the same way. That's missed some time, except Hamilton's missed a lot more than Gomes. So I would expect him to take a lot longer, to be honest with you.
Good off-speed pitch, and it's 0-2. And the 0-2. Reached for it, pulls it foul. First and third, 2 down in the first inning. And the 0-2 is fouled out of play. And what you're seeing from Hamilton here is, I suppose part of it is all the time he's missed. He's trying to get back into that feel at home plate. But part of it is when he's going really well, and Terry Francona talked about this, you can't throw a ball anywhere within the vicinity of home plate that he can't get the barrel to it.
Yeah, that's when you're going good. Your good hitters get like that. When they get in a groove, you might as well throw him out of the zone.
Put him on, because he's going to hit. If it's anywhere close to the plate, he'll go get it.
Yes, I can understand that. When good hitters get locked in, you're probably better off just walking them.
The 0-2. He lays off, and the runners hold. Beltre thought about it, had a notion, but Gomes pounced on it quickly.
Well, he's having a back there, Jan, a tough time with the changeup here. He didn't know which way to catch that ball, and you could see it goes off the padding of the glove, the heel.
Well, he's calling for it again. Let's practice this. In the dirt, swung on and missed, strikes him out, throw to first. Heading over. Salazar strikes out a pair. Rangers strand 2. Indians coming to bat. The Indians starting lineup brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Jason Kipnis leading it off, followed by Carlos Santana. Then it's Michael Brantley. Rayburn, Swisher, Gomes in the middle. Moss, Aviles, Ramirez rounded out.
Tonight's Northern Ohio Honda starting pitchers Wandy Rodriguez for the Rangers, 36-year-old left-hander, 7th start of the year. Away from home, he's made 4 starts. He's 2-0 and a 140. He's done a really nice job outside of that ballpark in Arlington. Left-handed batters hitting .281. Righties just .189. And the problem with Wandy on the mound is the Rangers have only scored 3 or less runs of support in 5 of his 6 starts. Let's hope that's the case again tonight.
Jason Kipnis will lead off for the Tribe. 1 for 4 with a double yesterday. He's hit in 5 straight games. But in the month of May, he's hit everything in sight. And that's called a strike. Looked low. Ball 0-1 to count here for Kipnis. He's batting .447 in the month of May. Slow curve.
This is Rodriguez's first start in Progressive Field. Always a National Leaguer for the most part.
Kipnis drives one high in the air, deep right field, chews back, he's out of room, it's out of here. Jason Kipnis stakes the Indians to a 1-0 lead. It's his 5th home run of the year. Give him 22 RBIs on the season. And the Indians will play from in front tonight.
Well, that's a nice way to start the ball game out. That month of May continues to be successful for Kipnis. If I'm not mistaken, he has the most hits in the month of May of anybody. I think he had 42. This is 43 now. Toby Harrah had that back in 1982, but this one is going to leave the yard, give the Indians a lead, and that a way to start it.
Well, his first leadoff homer of the year came on the 1st of May. Appropriate because he has just been on such a tear here in the month of May. And it started with that leadoff home run against Mark Burley, and he hasn't let up. And now Santana turns on a ball and lines it to left, and Josh Hamilton with a basket catch ankle high for out number 1.
Well, this one was smoked, a vicious line drive. Hamilton had one yesterday that Kipnis hit. He had to go to his left. Wasn't able to hold on to, but this one was more right at him with some sinking action, but he makes the catch.
Up comes Michael Brantley. Brantley was 1 for 4 with a double yesterday. And he takes, it's called a strike.
For Kipnis, and I know it's just the first inning, but out of his 5 home runs, 4 have given him the lead.
Popped him up on the infield. Here comes the second baseman Field calling for it. 2 down.
Let's look at the Rangers defense now that we have an opportunity. Brought to you by Chrysler. In the outfield, it's Hamilton, Martine, and Chu. On the infield, Beltre and Andrus on the left side, Field and Moreland on the right side. Corcoran doing the catching. He has started every game that Wandy Rodriguez has pitched.
Kipnis talking to Aviles. Mike batting 8th tonight in the Indians lineup. Here's Ryan Rayburn, cleanup tonight. 0 for 1 yesterday. And he hits a ball high in the air, deep right field. If it's fair, it's gone. It is out of here. Ryan Rayburn sends one to the corner bar, and the Indians lead it 2-0. It's his 2nd home run of the season. Gave him 13 runs batted in. And for Ryan Rayburn, his first home run since April 20th, so it's been over a month.
Well, yeah, but you don't see Ryan going down the right field line like this. This is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. Boy, did he stay back on that ball nicely. And usually those balls slice foul, but that one stayed pretty true down the line. It went quite a ways. So really a nice swing by Rayburn. So 2 home runs in the first for the Indians. And that's you're off to a good start.
The ball was thirsty.
Yes, it was.
Nick Swisher fouls the pitch back, and it's 1-1. So a pair of solo homers for the Indians here in the first. Rodriguez had only given up 2 home runs in his first 6 starts combined coming into tonight.
Well, I mentioned it's his first start here. I don't think he likes this ballpark already.
There's a ground ball hit to second base. Tommy Field will throw him out, and the inning is over. But the Indians playing long ball here in the first. Jason Kipnis with a leadoff blast. Ryan Rayburn goes oppo. 2-0 Indians. Mitch Moreland, Elvis Andrus, and Carlos Corcoran to bat for Texas. Danny Salazar now staked to a 2-0 lead after the solo homers by the Indians in the first. Tom Boschenek tells us only the second time this year the Indians have had a multi-homer inning.
Second, huh?
I couldn't tell you when the other one was.
Oh, I'm sure Tommy Bowe can.
The 0-1 to Moreland is fouled off. Mitch Moreland batting .309 on the year with 4 homers, 8 doubles. Breaking ball outside. 1-2 the count. Danny with the 2-2. Swung out and missed. He went to a breaking ball, I think, and strikes him out. Sometimes his changeup and his breaking ball look very similar.
This will be our Circle K strikeout. I think that's a changeup.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yep, second look, you're right.
You know, because primarily now, Matt, he goes fastball changeup. He'll go curveball early, You'll see the rotation on it.
Yeah.
And it's just weird. It's how he holds the ball. I think the 2 pitches before that were changeups, and they all did
but
different things.
But they look different. Yeah, that's
know.
why I thought that last pitch initially looked like that must have been a breaking ball, but that's a good old heater.
The way he grips it, sometimes, depending on how you throw it, how hard you throw it, it comes out different ways, and it does different things.
Would that make it tougher as a hitter trying to track and figure out what he's throwing?
I would think so. Yeah, ask Yan Gomes. It's probably tough to catch. We've witnessed that already today.
Well, that's true because he looked like he boxed that one changeup.
I'm telling you, it comes out differently. So I would say yes. As a hitter, it will be confusing. Look at the grip. There it is. You see the split?
Yeah.
That's how he holds it with the seams there, and it goes down. That's beautiful. Because his changeup, he's got the same arm slot as his fastball. Look at, and when he gets that fastball elevated there, that's the same spot as that changeup, and they see it and they start swinging, and they can't hold up because it drops 2 to 3 feet.
2 down now. Carlos Corcoran's coming up. Carlos Corcoran hitting 180. Got in on him with a fastball, and it's fouled back.
As you mentioned, in his last start was the first game he didn't give up a home run. The reason why Danny will give up some home runs, his fastball is straight, even though it's 96 and you can get up higher than that. If he keeps it out of the middle of the plate, you're not going to hit it. You know, you foul it off, you'll put it in play, and things like that. But, boy, when he has that high fastball working to go with a good changeup, which what we have witnessed a number of times, he could have double-digit strikeouts every time. He averages over 12 strikeouts per 9 innings.
Well, in that last start that he did not allow a home run came in Chicago where the ball usually jumps. You know, you don't give up a home run on a start there. That's doing something. 1-2. Just did get a piece of it.
Well, he gave up 2 home runs to the Rangers down in Arlington, and they were back-to-back in the first inning after they spotted him a couple of runs. You know, it was Prince Fielder, it was Beltre. They went back-to-back, and they went back-to-back in this ballpark yesterday, so they've done it twice this year, and those two have done it both times against the Indians. But this is a home run hitting team, the Texas Rangers. 1 homer in the last 10 straight games.
Well, he's working at a good pace. He's getting the ball, and he's getting on the rubber, and he's ready to rock. He's already thrown 23 of his 33 pitches.
That means the other 10 were changeups.
Oh! That looked awfully good. And it's a full count now.
Maybe a little upstairs.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Moved away and moves outside.
Not that one. Corcoran locked up. And Danny Salazar is dazzling through 2. Gomes, Brandon Moss, Mike Aviles for the Indians. Gomes in his return to action the other night, trying to round himself back into playing shape. Went 0 for 4 against Cincinnati. Fouls that pitch off. And it's 0-2.
You know, when you miss as much time as Jan did, 6 weeks, you get ready to come back in. You're so excited about getting back to rehab and getting into playing. You have to slow it down again. You have to slow the game down because you're excited. You're trying to do things that, you know, and make up for the time you missed and show you're ready. I'm ready to get back. He's ready to get back physically, no question about it. He's got to let the game slow down mentally for him, and especially in the batter's box.
Strike 3 called. It's almost like trying to catch a moving train.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to come back. I mean, how often do you see guys that come back that have missed a substantial amount of time and go right back into being like in midseason form? It's a rarity.
Brandon Moss with 7 homers, 27 RBIs. That ball got a big chunk of the catcher, Corcoran.
Yeah, look at the hand.
I think got him right on the top of the glove. And then it ricocheted.
Well, you see the swing. It deflects it, and it goes a little higher, and it hits his fingers inside the glove where he couldn't get the pocket to it.
Big curveball and a little bit high.
That's a pitch that Wandy could use for the left-handers, that big slow hook, keep them off balance.
Chops it off the plate, and it goes foul. Here is our Levin player profile. Wandy Rodriguez, originally signed by the Houston Astros, an 85-game winner from 05 to 12. And the Texas Rangers are hoping that old saying, one man's trash is another man's gold.
Well, with the injuries that they have sustained in the starting rotation, they have to take a flyer on some people because when guys are hurt, you need some depth. You know, and this guy's been around a while, a left-hander, new to the American League. But I'm sure they saw him pitch against them a number of times in interleague play, being down in Houston.
Swung out and missed. Moss goes down. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the second for Rodriguez.
Well, get live Indians baseball all season long with MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet. You can stay connected with live radio broadcast, stats, breaking news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
Here is Mike Aviles. Mentioned before, the Indians 2 home runs in the first inning, only the second time this year they've had a multi-homer inning. The other time it was only 5 days ago. We forgot already. Swisher and Mike Aviles.
In Chicago.
Against John Danks.
Okay. Another left-hander. There you go.
And that's a strike called. Aviles not happy. He's in the hole 1 and 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, bases empty here in the second. Indians up 2-0. And Aviles just spoils it to stay alive. Rodriguez, a lot of strikes, 21 out of 30. but 2 of those ended up on the other side of the fence.
Well, if you're going to throw strikes and pound the strike zone, and that's the way that he has to pitch, you'll give up some home runs, solo home runs. You don't mind. It's not rallies. It's not that they're pounding you. You just keep it out of the middle of the plate.
He checked his swing. They want an appeal. He didn't go, says the crew chief, Jeff Nelson. At a full count, I think. Umpires were conferring on the field. Yes, it is 3-2, and it's ball 4 now. Rodriguez takes a walk. He thought he had strike 3. And it will bring up Jose Ramirez. Ramirez trying to snap out of an 0 for 10 slump. And a chopper to short should end the inning, and it does. 2 complete. Cleveland 2, Texas nothing. Two nothing. The Indians lead it. Tommy Field, the number 9 hitter for the Rangers, leads off the third for Texas. And a strike at the knees outside corner.
Now it's 6 through the first 9 for Salazar. 0-2, 1-2 counts. In the last 5 he has faced. So he's out there pounding the strike zone tonight. 23 of his 37 pitches, strikes.
Swung out and missed a breaking ball that just disappeared. And that's 5 Ks now for Danny.
You know, you look at all 5. There's a good fastball up and away, a little off-speed pitch, like a changeup, and another changeup, and another changeup. That's his strikeout pitch, boy. That fastball, they have to sit on that pitch. And he can basically stay fastball, changeup, if he can command it. Not many guys can do that.
His fastball command in his last start against Texas was not great. That's the game where he got banged around a little bit.
He left a lot of off-speed pitches up. He went to more off-speed pitches in that start, and he got hurt with them. I think that's why you're seeing him establish that fastball, and then those hitters have to, they have to show up for it. I mean, you got to look for it.
So he's not backing off the change-ups, but it's a matter of he's making them aware of the fastball first and foremost.
So, yeah, throwing it for a strike and 0-2, 1-2 counts. Those guys can't take it.
Well, how often do we say that's the name of the game? If it's 2-1, 2-0, I don't have to swing at it.
Right. You can really shrink your strike zone because you don't have to swing at a tough pitch. And if it's that close and he doesn't get it called, then you're in the driver's seat. But, boy, when you have 2 strikes and it's close, you have to swing at it. And you don't have much time to make a decision. That's what makes this Cleveland staff so interesting. When you see Kluber, Carrasco, Salazar, and Bauer, those guys, they go out there. They've got pitches that they can really put you away with. When they get ahead in the count, they can bury you. And that's why they get the strikeouts, and that's why the staff gets so many strikeouts.
Fastball in off the plate to Chu, 2-1. Low and away, 3 balls and a strike. Out of play to the left.
See, there was a 3-1 fastball, and it was straight down the middle, and he still fouled it way off.
Really late.
Yeah. And a 3-1 pitch that you're looking for that fastball. Let's go fastball away. Overthrew it.
Walked him. Second walk issued by Salazar, and he hasn't walked many this year.
No, just 11 walks compared to 65 strikeouts.
Stat of the game brought to you by Buick. And the Texas Rangers in their last 4 games are batting as a team, .322, averaging 10 runs a game. Almost 10 hits a game. Well, more than 10 hits, almost 12 hits a game. That's a pretty good run right there. And Prince Fielder's got another hit. Man, oh man. He's 2 for 2, and it looks like he's playing another sport.
Well, we told you before he had 11 hits in his last 4 games. He now has 13 in his last 5, and this one's not over yet. So he just takes another fastball, goes the other way. He's 2 for 2, both hits coming the opposite field, so that's the guy. When you get up in situations, hopefully you can face him with nobody on and open bases around right now the way he's swinging it, because he can do a lot of damage.
Well, Adrian Beltre walked his first time up. They didn't have to pitch to him because he had the base open.
Now look at a little slider now get me over for strike 1, which is great. That go right ahead. You throw it first pitch, get me over. Make sure you throw it for a strike if you can. It doesn't have to be on the corner. You just take them off everything else.
And a nice scoop by Aviles. He'll tag the runner Chu out to end the inning. No runs a hit, 2 men left. Middle of the third, 2-0 Cleveland. by Miller Lite. Here is our T-Mobile game changer. Jason Kipnis in the month of May, including his leadoff home run tonight, batting .453. 26 runs scored. Got to go back to Bobby Avila in 1947. Last time an Indians player had that many hits.
Kyle and I were talking about Bobby Avila today. But, you know, you said it yesterday. Think about the vote for Player of the Month here.
Ooh.
You've got two players in this game, one from each side, Jason Kipnis being one, Prince Fielder being the other, for Player of the Month honors, and both deservedly so. They could share it, too.
Yeah, well, why not?
You know what I mean?
I mean,
it's been a phenomenal month for both.
We're obviously going to be a little partial to our guy. But
well, they both deserve it. But when you have something that good, and what do we have? We got about less than a week left.
Third strikeout for Rodriguez. With one out here in the third inning, Carlos Santana, our great clip of the game from yesterday. Santana with a mammoth home run. His fifth of the year. He hit the ball on the screws his first time up, but Josh Hamilton made a shoe-top catch in left field. Hamilton really pulled around and left, playing Santana as a dead pull hitter. And he smashes this one up the middle. Cut off by Andrus. Off balance throw. Oh, what a pick on the backside by Moreland. And that is out number 2. Terrific play on both ends.
Yeah, it really was. Andrus having to go far to his left. And he's going to spin on the move, make a throw. It's a little offline, but look at Moreland go out there and pick it. He waited back, you see, and then he strides to go out there and get it. Nice pick as that. Yeah, his hand comes up gradually. Good pick. You're right. Both ends, very good.
I always remember Mike Hargrove talking about that play as a first baseman. You have to go out and swat at the ball, not try to catch it as it comes into you.
What did he do? He waited for the last minute. He didn't stride until it was out there, and he was able to do that.
There's a ground ball between first and second. Boy, Tommy Field covering a lot of grass, and he's able to throw out Brantley. The Indians are retired in order for the first time tonight. 4-0 Cleveland lead. 4th inning. Josh Hamilton, the leadoff for Texas. He struck out his first time up. And that fastball just missed outside. Two balls and a strike. Indians with a pair of solo homers in the first. Hamilton with a ground ball to short. Jose Ramirez with a perfect throw across. One away. Well, Rick, we were talking about the scoop that Moreland made on that play for Texas.
Right.
We talked to Mike Hargrove back in spring training about that play for a first baseman.
The whole idea is to get your glove on the same plane that ball that you're projecting that ball to come on. Get it on that plane and keep it there as long as you possibly can. You can't sit there, okay, it's going to skip, I'm leaving my glove here. You'll miss it because your hands become really, really tense and you'll clank it. So what you want to do when you stretch out, the ball's coming here, you want to start here, backhand. You're out here, you come out, you follow out and up. A lot of guys will come here and they go this way, and that's not. I mean, your timing has to be so perfect. So it's out and up, out and up. Over here, it's out and up, out and up. If it's there, it's out and back. But it's a you're keeping your glove. I mean, for lack of a better way to explain it, you're keeping your glove on the plane that you assume the ball is going to be traveling when it hits the dirt, and you do that, and more times than not, you'll catch the ball. At the very least, you'll knock it down, and if you knock it down, then you've done your job.
Yeah, Mike was a pretty good defensive first baseman.
Yes, he was. And I'll tell you what he said there, Moreland did exactly that on that play that he picked it. He was back there, and he went out and pulled it up.
Yeah.
Right on that plane. And if you look, it was on the backhand side, and his glove started behind his foot, and it ended up finishing high.
Two balls and a strike as Salazar deals, and it's outside 3-1.
We forgot that let's watch the Moreland scoop. Watch how it goes out and up, just like he says.
Yeah.
See it coming up. There it was, and he waited for that ball that was on the backhanded side. Tomorrow we'll have Mike Hargrove in our catching session.
Jose Ramirez throws him out 2 away. But I thought it was interesting because Mike said some guys try to do the opposite where you let the ball come up and they try to pick it. And he said you've got to be almost perfect.
And even though they use that big glove, yes.
A lot tougher to do it that way.
Well, people think you can play first base. It's simple. It's easy. They think there's not an easy position on that field. I don't care where you go. The ball's going to find you. You hear us say that. But, boy, to be good at your craft and to play that one position and play it well takes a lot of hard work.
Yeah, if you're subpar defensively, it's going to show up.
Yeah.
It's not like you can hide somebody.
Look, you better hit a ton, and they'll put up with your defense. And that's what a lot of teams do now. Even the Indians do that now at some spots. You're playing because you can hit. So if you don't hit and you're average defensively, you're not helping the ball club.
The old saying, you have to out-hit your mistakes.
Yeah, well, if you don't give up any, then you don't have to hit in many.
Swung on, foul tipped, held on by Gomes. It's 1-2. And a line drive base hit on a 1-2 pitch by Elvis Andrus into left field.
That shouldn't surprise you. Andrus, another base hit against the Indians. That pitch was inside. He was able to turn on it. Let's see what it was.
think it was a changeup again.
Well, it was. It was more of a flat changeup that stayed in. So he took advantage of it, got a pitch to his liking. 27-game hitting streak right here at Progressive Field. Not too shabby.
If the Indians ever traded for Andrus, they could make him a platoon player. They've only play him in home games.
Well, you see, he's pretty good defensively, too, though. So you have to play him out there as well.
Swung on and missed. Corcoran looked like he was just trying to serve that ball to left field, but it's now 0-2.
For the Rangers, their 3 hits all have come with 2 outs. Twice the fielder in the first and the third, and now in the fourth to Andrus.
Swing and a miss. He strikes him out to end the inning. 6 Ks for Salazar. Middle of the fourth, it remains Cleveland 2, Texas nothing.
Coming to town when we return home off of this road trip. And on June 6th here at Progressive Field, you can save on tickets. You buy your lower reserved or lower box by June 1st, save 20%. Plus 17,000 fans will get a Corey Kluber bobblehead. And it's available only at Indians.com.
Fouled back out of play. Ryan Rayburn homered in the first inning. And it was an opposite field home run. And for Rayburn, who, in the time he's been in Cleveland, we've seen him. He's mostly a middle of the diamond to left field hitter.
Guy, yeah, full side.
Boy, he stayed back and hit this ball a long way, just inside the pole.
Yeah. You see, did you hear the thud to the bat on that? I mean, and he got to the barrel of it. And you're right. Not many guys go the other way like that. It's not just Ryan. I mean, to hit a ball out the opposite way is hard to do.
Downstairs. And that ball slugged deep center field. That's going to get down and go to the wall. Martin gives it a pretty good chase. But Rayburn's going to pull into second base with a leadoff double. Boy, is he swinging it tonight.
Exactly. The 2 swings he's put on the baseball tonight, man, the crack of the bat, that's been awesome. He's been hitting well all year against left-handers. Now, listen to the crack. Boy, you talk about a short, quick swing.
Yeah.
There you have it. That's back-to-back. Home run down the left-right field line. Double into left center. He's locked in right now.
That's our Yellowwood bringing the lumber in for Ryan Rayburn. You know, he was 0 for his last 5 coming in. And he was just 2 for his last 19 overall.
Well, he's feeling really good now.
Nick Swisher, ground out his first time up. You take that same ground out here.
Yeah.
Ground ball to the right side, get him over to third.
Right. Good time now to get him over, get him in with a 2-0 lead going into the middle part of the game.
Chops it up the middle. Andrus will cut it off, and he throws out Swisher for out number 1.
It's all right. Gets the job done.
Our injury report brought to you by the injury lawyers at Elk and Elk. And boy, the Tigers got a double dose of bad news. Jose Iglesias, their shortstop with a knee injury, is sitting day to day right now, but that could potentially be a DL move. And then Kyle Lobstein, the left-hander, placed on the DL. You wonder how close Justin Verlander is to coming back. Infield in for Texas, and Yan Gomes takes ball 1. Good opportunity here for Gomes.
Yeah, let's see how patient he is up here in this situation. And boy, the first 2 pitches, and they were both inside. That he, doesn't get too aggressive on. Has the count in his favor. Now he can really be selective.
And he sends a fly ball to center field. Martin is there. Rayburn will tag. He's coming home. Here's the throw. It's offline. Rayburn scores, and the Indians' lead is 3-0 as Yan Gomes picks up his first RBI on the year.
Well done. Well, even though he was in a 2-0 count, he got a curveball or a pitch up in the zone, but he was able to handle it, and it was a good pitch to hit in the air and drive, and he does that, gets the RBI. Indians take a 3-0 lead.
It will bring up Brandon Moss. Struck out his first time up. That one got away from him. Breaking ball. That 2-0. You ever have one of those where you see it coming, you know you should get out of the way, but for whatever reason you just can't?
And you get hit with it?
You just kind of get almost like a deer in a headlight where you don't know which way to go, you can't move, and it just drills you?
No.
You were always able to duck?
Yeah, get out of the way, pal.
Swing and a miss, full count.
There's been close calls where you didn't think you were going to get out of the way. I mean, there's times you got hit, yes. There's not much you could do about it.
Well, yeah, you get a ball bearing in on you, it's going to plunk you. But every once in a while, you'll see a guy just sort of freeze. He doesn't know which way to react. And
yeah.
3-2 pitch. And Moss hits it on the ground, but with the shift on, Tommy Field will throw him out, and the inning is over. Ryan Rayburn with a leadoff double leads to another run. It's Cleveland 3, Texas nothing. Honda dealers, by the Cleveland Clinic. Call for an appointment today. And by the game-changing all-new Ford F-150. The future is tough. It is a 3-0 Indians lead. We go now to the 5th inning, and it will be Tommy Field to lead it off for the Rangers. Danny Salazar has struck out 6. Another get me over, looked like a slider.
Oh, yes, it was. I love it.
And a fastball right by him.
When he can do that to hitters, who'd he throw the other one to? Beltre. When you can do that, that just puts that third pitch in a hitter's mind. And they're watching on the bench. Well, now he's got a slider. He can throw that. He can throw this. He's thrown 2 of them, but he's thrown them for strikes, and I think that was 1 too.
All right, it's time now for a Mazda game break. And the New York Yankees at home against the Kansas City Royals. Mark Teixeira liftoff in the 1st inning.
He's off to a good start this year.
Teixeira with 14 home runs on the year.
All right.
Yankees lead at 5-1. They're in the 7th inning.
All right, thanks, Matt. Back to you.
Back to me.
Yeah, Teixeira, normally he is a notoriously slow starter in the month of April.
He's got 35 runs batted in.
Yeah, doing very well. Well, he's been injured a lot, too, lately, last few years.
Fouled back. Leonis Martin has struck out, grounded out. That breaking ball's in the dirt. Just missed with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball and a full count. just did get a piece of that. Keeps himself alive. And it's low, ball 4. That's the third walk issued by Salazar. Comes with 1 out here in the 5th inning. Enter now for a chance to win a trip to the All-Star Game on Fox for you and 3 of your friends. Upload photos to foxsports.com/Fantastic All-Star now through June 3rd.
It's the 3rd time this year now that Salazar has walked 3 in a ball game. He did it at Detroit in his 2nd start of the year, April 24th. Did it in his last start at the White Sox, and now tonight. But when you still look at his ratio, 66 strikeouts to 12 walks, not too shabby.
Shin-Soo Choo grounded out in the 1st. He walked in the 3rd. A foul ball. And there's a strike. Chu doesn't like it. And he let the home plate umpire know immediately. He's not a vocal guy that's going to complain.
No, he's not. You're absolutely right. He's saying that ball might be a little high, and he might be right. You know, when he's throwing that hard, if you've got to get on top of that pitch, you're in for a long night. Follow it up with that changeup. Yep. You see, and that's the spot where the changeup starts, right where that ball was called a strike. So you see it up there, and then as a hitter, you pick it up, and you want to start your bat and get yourself going. But by the time it gets to you, that ball's taking off and going down and away, and you can't hold up.
So all your power's gone because it's out on your front foot.
You're just swinging. You're not going to hit it. Same slot.
Oh, that hit him on the thigh.
Boy, it sure did. Ouch.
Just kind of yanked it across his body with the fastball, and now there are 2 on with only 1 out.
Yeah, and both put on by Salazar. So the walk, the hit batter, and now he pulled it, and it's going to go right into the thigh. Maybe he tried to overthrow it, but you can see it. Wow, you can't get out of the way of that. So now you've got the work cut out for you.
Well, Prince Fielder already 2 for 2 with a double and a single. And we are tied at 3. First pitch he saw, he just absolutely smoked it. Well, Prince Fielder has his 6th hit in the series already in 8 at-bats. He's got 2 doubles and 2 home runs, and just like that, we got a 3-3 game.
Only seen 5 pitches tonight. He has 3 hits, and you speed up his bat here. He hit a fastball, and there's a hanging slider that he was, you may be able to throw that to some people to get me over. Not to the left-hander fielder, the way he's seeing the baseball. It was upstairs. He crushes it, and we have a tie game. 1 swing of the bat. After the walk, the hit batter, it's all new.
And it's all self-inflicted. So he not just multi-hit, 3 hit games, 4 consecutive 3-hit games. Whew. Now we know how hot Brantley can get, and that's where Fielder is right. He's just so locked in at the plate. Which is why when you walk a guy and hit a guy, and it kind of forces you in a situation where you almost have to pitch to him.
You have to pitch to him in that situation. You're not going to pitch around him. You got a 3-0 lead. You're in the 5th inning. You got to give yourself some breathing room. Up until then, I mean, they had 3 hits in the game. And Fielder had 2 of them. They all came with 2 outs. This one comes with 1 out, but you had to pitch to him because you walked and hit the guy before him. And, I mean, right now he can carry a ball club, and he is certainly doing just that.
Now the 0-2 to Beltre. Base hit left field. So after getting the first out of the inning, 4 straight have reached in the 5th.
You watch what happens here. In the first at-bat, he gets a fastball double down the left field line. You say, okay, he comes at him with his best stuff. He gets another base hit. Keep him in the yard. He speeds up his bat here and throws him a slider first pitch. Well, he just got 2 hits off the fastball, so what do you think he's going to look for? I'm saying it's going to be something off speed, whether it's a changeup. I'm not necessarily saying he was sitting slider, but I bet he could look off speed, and he jumped on it.
Now Yan Gomes out to talk.
Well, they may be kind of. Remember, we looked at his finger. He was looking down at that middle finger as if something was wrong. Now Gomes is calling the training staff out. And out comes Francona as well. Let's see if they look at that finger on the pitching hand, the middle finger.
Whether or not it was a blister issue
That's
or
exactly it. A fingernail. Right. It could be something. It could be a chipped nail. See if he comes up and tries to cut something off. Or is there maybe a blister coming on the split? I don't know. But it is on the middle finger.
Now Danny Salazar was cruising along, 4 shutout innings. But he's run into trouble after he got the first out in this 5th inning. A walk to Martin on a 3-2 pitch. Then he hit Chu with a fastball. And then the first pitch to Prince Fielder ended up about 20 rows deep in right field. And we got a tie ball game. Then a base hit by Beltre, which precipitated the move for the trainer here.
Well, he pulled that fastball to Chu. It got him in the thigh. Now watch him look down at the finger. There's something there. Don't know what it is. He did look down on it. And then after that, it was a slider and a bomb, and it was a fastball and a base hit.
James Quinlan, the Indians trainer, looking at that middle finger on the pitching hand of Salazar. It looks like it's just on the inside of the nail. And so the question is, can he pitch with this, or is he going to have to leave the game?
Well, there's not going to be able to put anything on it unless you glue it, or if it's a blister or something, or if they're going to have to cut something off. I don't know. If it bothers him to throw any off-speed pitches and he can only stay with the fastball, who knows? He's going to give it a whirl.
Well, we'll see. They're going to give him at least a pitch or two.
Shouldn't bother him with the fastball. I'm thinking maybe with the changeup, the way he grips it. Okay, there's 2 fastballs. Terry right now saying, look, all right, you stay out. If it bothers you, you let me know. We'll get you out of here. So he's hoping he can get this third out of the inning. First, he's got to get the second one because 4 straight have reached.
And Josh Hamilton, the batter, 0 for 2 so far tonight. Out of play to the left. Way outside. Three balls and a strike. And Salazar already 91 pitches.
Well, we don't see anybody in that bullpen warming up. No. So, I mean, if they take him out, they'll have all the time they want because it'll be because of an injury. But if he walks this guy, he may come back out and take him out.
Pop to left on a 3-1 pitch. Rayburn is there. 2 down. And that will bring up Mitch Moreland, who is 0 for 2 on the night. And a breaking ball. Get me over. In there for a strike. Gomes keeps it right there, and the runner Beltre unable to advance. High pop. Might stay in play. Aviles in front of the dugout. Yes, indeed, will make the catch. And the inning is over. But a walk, a hit batter, and a oopsie. Prince Fielder has tied the game at 3. 3-3 now as we go to the home half of the fifth inning. Mike Aviles, Jose Ramirez, and Jason Kipnis due for the Tribe. And Kipnis takes a strike. Aviles drew a walk back in the second inning. Takes a called third strike here in the bottom of the fifth. It's the fourth strikeout for Wandy Rodriguez. One away. In-game recap brought to you by Toyota. Jason Kipnis led off the game with a home run. 3 batters later, Ryan Rayburn went deep, and it was 2-0 Cleveland. Stayed that way until a sac fly in the fourth. 3-0 Tribe, and then in the fifth, Prince Fielder with a 3-run homer to tie the game. And now Jose Ramirez 0 for 1. Ramirez 0 for his last 11 overall. He had that terrific series in Chicago when Santana was hurt, and he went up into the 2-hole and did a nice job. Had a hit in every game of the series, but since the Tribe returned home, he's gone back down on the batting order, and his bat has disappeared as well. I have to believe it's coincidence more than anything else. It's, where you bat shouldn't matter that much.
No.
I mean, there's no question that it can have an impact, but not to that degree.
No, it can't be that mental. You're up there now. You don't know whether you're hitting second or ninth. Your job is to get on base, no matter where you hit.
Well, and that's the beauty of Jose Ramirez. If he can get on base, doesn't matter how. Draw some walks, lay down a bunt every once in a while. Beat out a ground ball with his speed. If he can get on base, he can make things happen.
His mentality should be, I'm a leadoff hitter every game. And every time I hit, I'm a leadoff hitter. And that's the way he should act. So it doesn't matter 1 through 9 where you hit. That should be his mindset. My job is to get on base and make something happen. Hit the ball on the ground, not in the air.
Should have taken the approach they took with you.
Who
was your manager who said, I'm going to fine you every time you hit a ball in the air?
Frank Robinson. He's saying you could run, utilize your speed, you bunt, you hit the ball. I was a left-handed hitter on the other side and run. Don't hit it in the air. And, he would stand out in batting practice at second base behind the screen, and he didn't want you to pull anything. Just go ahead and go the other way, but hit it on the ground.
Well, there you go. Draw a walk.
Get on base.
He's aboard with 1 out here in the fifth. And it will bring up Jason Kipnis, who homered to lead off the game for the Tribe. Called out on strikes his last time up.
The Indians only have 3 hits in this game. The 2 homers in the first inning by Kip and Rayburn. And then the Rayburn double leading off the fourth, and that's how they scored their 3rd run. And that's Kipnis calling time out there because he's holding the ball. Which is okay. If you're a base runner, he's going to hold it as the hitter. Don't get caught flat-footed.
Well, Rodriguez is a tough guy to figure out because you look at his overall body of work, very respectable 3.38 ERA. You pointed out they haven't scored a lot when he has pitched.
Right, they haven't.
Doesn't have a ton of strikeouts.
He's just a pitcher. He puts the ball in play.
Yeah.
He's been better, as I said, on the road. This is his 5th start on the road. He's 2-0 and a 1.40 ERA.
And 4 out of his 6 starts, he's given up 1 run. In those 4 of those 6 starts, just 1 run allowed. And this is basically, might sound disrespectful, but they signed him, got him off the scrap heap.
Well, he's 36 years old. And who released him? Was it Washington?
I think it was Atlanta.
Or Atlanta. Atlanta let him go, right. And Texas ended up signing him in early April. So there you go. It's like the guy knows how to pitch. Over 80 wins in his career. I mean, he's been in there before. He's been very successful at times. He's had some injuries of late, but that happens. He's winding down. He's on the downside of his career. He knows it, so he's got nothing to lose. Let me go out and pitch.
Yeah. And,
good pitch.
He's done a pretty good job. Like you said, the Indians haven't had much traffic. 2 home runs, a double. It's only the second time they've had a runner at first base, and the first time they were already 2 outs. But just watching what he's done with Ramirez, he's pretty good at keeping the runner honest over there.
Yes, he knows. He'll change his patterns. He'll hold it. He'll throw over a number of different ways, and you just don't get a read on him. The fans can boo all they want. He's doing his job. He's with 1 out. He knows it. They want Ramirez to run. He knows it. Their dugout knows it.
And he misses outside. 2-1. Jason Kipnis with 43 hits.
The rest of those guys have been around a long time ago.
And Kipnis, good job to lay off some tough pitches here. He's just teasing him with that breaking ball. But in doing so, he's fallen behind 3-1.
Well, and some of that could be a product of Ramirez at first base where he's changing his delivery. And, he's got to hold that runner. Maybe not quite as sharp, so he falls behind Kipnis.
And a foul right back.
Got a good pitch to hit there. Got himself a fastball away. Good swing. Just fouled it off. Good swing. Look at Corporate. He doesn't know where it is. That head was spinning around. Looked like a top.
Let's see if Ramirez gets any kind of a jump. He takes off. 3-2 pitch, pulled foul.
Well, he's in a situation now you have to make sure he goes home. You cannot, I repeat, cannot get picked off in this situation. So he's not going to get a great jump. He'll make sure that Rodriguez is going to the plate. And Terry is in the dugout saying, no, I'm betting that Kipnis puts this ball in play is what I'm betting.
He's coming over to first. It's almost looked to me that when he's going to first, he's looking home and then goes to first. When he's going to first.
That used to be a telltale sign for left-handers. When they look to the plate, they go to first. When they look at first, they go to the plate.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Okay, now let's see if there will be one time where he'll look at you and he'll come to first.
Upstairs, ball 4.
So, back-to-back walks.
And that walk, I have to believe, was a product of Ramirez and just the threat that he posed, which goes back, it's a long way around to where we started this conversation, which is what Ramirez can do for your team if he can find ways to get on base other than just simply hitting.
Right. I totally agree, Matt. I totally agree. He earned a walk. He went over there, and look, he helped put pressure on Rodriguez. That's all you can say. But he broke the attention span. He ended up walking the next guy. So back-to-back walks, you're sitting at a pretty good spot in your lineup with 1 out now. and an opportunity to take the lead here in the bottom half of the fifth.
Almost a carbon copy of what happened at the top of the fifth. It was a hit batter and a walk. Now it's a walk and a walk. Then you got the meat of your order coming up here. We'll see if the Indians can make Rodriguez pay the way Texas made Santana pay. Or Salazar pay, excuse me. Carlos Santana hit one right on the screws in the first inning, but it was right at the left fielder Hamilton, who caught it off his shoe tops. Robbed of a hit in the third on a nice play by the shortstop Andrus. So he could very easily be 2 for 2 tonight. Instead, he's 0 for 2.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, he could. Well, they're playing him awfully deep in the outfield, so if you want to get a little revenge, go ahead and bloop one in front of him. Bust a bat.
And it's in the dirt. How about this? 2-0.
Well, he's digging a hole for himself coming into the game. He has 33 walks now, strikeouts, and 16 walks on the year. And you can see that that bullpen is going for Texas.
2-0 pitch. 3 balls, no strikes. Well, I wonder if Mike Maddox and Jeff Bannister know what Tom Bochenek knows, which is in the 5th inning this year, Wandy Rodriguez has his worst ERA, 7.20.
I bet they know it.
This has been his worst inning for whatever reason this year. Maybe it's the way the lineup turns over third time through.
I think that may have a lot to do with it.
Well, he's walked them loaded with 1 out for Michael Brantley. And if you're an opposing pitcher, they have a meeting before the series. This is the last thing you want to do as an opposing pitcher. Walk the bases loaded for Michael Brantley.
It's the same boat that Salazar was in last night, having to face fielder and throw him something to hit. Well, Brantley's in the same boat. It's the exact same situation. You're going to walk the 3 guys before him, and now you have to pitch to him? Certainly not the way you want it.
And he gets a breaking ball over, just flips one up there, and he gets it in for a strike after he couldn't throw a strike to the previous 3 batters. Long inning for Rodriguez. And how do you like that? He's 0-2 to Brantley.
That's all right. That's 0-2 is nothing to Michael Brantley. He's up there, and he's just looking for his one pitch he can do something with.
Good block. Corcoran went to his left and kept it in front of him.
Nice.
I mean, he's all the way in the other batter's box.
Well, he knew what he called, and he knew he wasn't going to throw him a strike. He was going to want him to swing at it, but Brantley doesn't do that.
Strikes him out.
Wow, he comes back and gets himself a big out right there.
2 down. Here's our AT&T U-verse rewind. Ryan Rayburn with a home run in the first, opposite field. Then in the fourth, he plugged the gap in left center with a ringing double. I'm still stuck on Wandy Rodriguez walking 3 straight and then making 3 perfect pitches to strike out Brantley. Out of the 4 he threw. Yeah. And even the one he didn't throw for a strike was a purpose pitch just to try to get him to chase.
He didn't mess around, did he? I don't know if he was nibbling earlier or what.
Popped him up.
But boy, what a job he did to get out of it, huh?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Indians leave him loaded. We've played 5, tied at 3. 6th as the U.S. women's national team takes on the best teams in the world in search of their 3rd World Cup title. And the only place you can see the Women's World Cup is on Fox and Fox Sports 1. Well, we go now to the 6th inning. Tied at 3, bottom third of the order due up for the Rangers. And a pitch is inside, ball 1. Ground ball by the third baseman. Ramirez from the hole, long throw, and it's going to be a no play at first. Santana couldn't scoop it out anyway.
I'll tell you what, that was a heck of a try by Ramirez.
That would have been a sensational play. I'm trying to think if Santana holds on, if they would have had him.
They would have, if he could have picked it. But he had to stretch. I mean, you got Andrus running. Watch, he had him.
Yeah, I think
if he could hold on. That was a tough play for Santana. He can't go out any farther. His arms and legs aren't that long. So he couldn't hold on. But Ramirez did a beautiful job just to get to the ball. But it'll go as an infield single, so they get their leadoff man aboard. That's hit number 6 for Texas. Andrus has 2. Fielder has 3. Beltre has 1.
Boy, a tale of 2 halves in that 5th inning. Rangers taking advantage and the Indians squandering a golden opportunity. Popped up foul and out of play. Corcoran trying to bump the go-ahead run into scoring position here in the 6th inning. Gets this bunt down. Aviles looks to second, takes the out at first. Well, back in the 5th inning.
Well, he came back. He walked 3 guys before Michael Brantley. And what happens? He throws 4 pitches, 3 of them pretty darn good pitches. And then he gets the pop up from Rayburn, a guy that was 2 for 2 off him earlier. And he got out of it.
Now Tommy Field, who grounded out last inning, and it was Field who led off that inning. And it looked like just another routine inning for Danny Salazar, but Leonis Martin was able to work the count and draw a 3-2 walk. And then after the hit batter, Chu reached, and Prince Fielder quickly tied the game on the first pitch he saw in his 3rd at bat tonight. He's 3 for 3 and 6 for 8 in the series. A little bit low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nick Hagedorn ready in the Indians bullpen. This will probably be the last batter for Salazar, although if he gets Field, they might let him face Martin, but probably not Chu.
Well, Hagedorn came out and he was pretty darn good in yesterday's game, inning in the 3rd. Had a couple of punch outs.
He did not go. And it's 2-2.
I like what the umpire did. He jumped up and asked the first base umpire in a hurry. Look at this. That ball goes into the dirt. He wasn't sure. Before he made the call, he was already pointing to crew chief Jeff Nelson. And they said no, he did not. So that was quick. There was no question about it.
Out of play to the right. And the 2-2 is fouled away again. Tommy Field struck out in the third, grounded out in the fifth. He's 0 for 4 in the series. And another foul ball. I don't know that this figures into the decision making as you get deeper into the game, but the fact that he's having trouble putting away the number 9 hitter, this is the 8th pitch of the at bat.
Well, they know now what you're throwing. They have a better idea going through it the third time. Let's go. Run a fastball by him. He's still got enough in the tank. He's going to a lot of breaking stuff, off speed.
And a full count. I just think the way he's laboring in this particular at bat might make Terry Francona's decision
a lot easier
to go to the left-hander.
No
next.
question.
And a payoff pitch. Popped him up.
Well,
is it playable? Gomes
nope.
Back to the screen. Just out of his reach. Well, Salazar will have another opportunity. The infield hit by Andrus that started the inning, the 6th of the night for Texas. And he gets the runner over to third, but there will now be 2 outs in the inning. And we'll see what Terry Francona decides to do here, and it looks like he's coming out to get him. So he's going to go to Nick Hagedorn with a go-ahead run at third and 2 outs here in the 6th inning. Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen for left-hander Nick Hagedorn. Danny Salazar goes 5 2/3 tonight. Allows 3 runs on 6 hits and responsible for the runner at third as he departs. 3-3 in the sixth. 2 outs. Go ahead run at third base. Nick Hagedorn is coming on to pitch for the Indians with more on the big left-hander. Let's go to Andre Knott.
You know, for Nick Hagedorn, it seems like he's gotten better as the season has gone along. He's been working on a cutter, guys. We know he's been basically a fastball change guy. Been working on a cutter and a slider that's been working really well. He wants that slider to dive away from left-handed batters or into right-handers' bats. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do here in this situation, as he already has 3 holds on the season.
Well, you would love to see him come up with a pitch where he can throw more consistently for an off-speed pitch. And the cutter is a fastball, but it's off your fastball. Something off-speed that he can prove to a hitter he can throw at any time. He was good yesterday.
Pitch is off the plate for ball 1.
You know, and for Hagedorn here, inning and a third yesterday and had a couple of strikeouts, but he has retired the first batter just 11 out of 19 times. And right now you've got to get that first man. He did.
Popped him up. Kipnis calls for it. Second baseman makes the play. Inning over. Hagedorn strands that runner at third. We stay tied at 3.
The game at the new Corner Bar, open to all fans at Progressive Field. $13 district tickets. It's presented by Sports Time Ohio. They're going quickly, so get yours today. Tickets available only at Indians.com.
Bottom of the 6th inning. Nick Swisher will lead off for Cleveland. He's 0 for 2. And Wandy Rodriguez still out there chucking for Texas. He's only at 90 pitches on the night right here. Up high, ball 1. Still only 3 hits tonight for Cleveland. The 2 solo jacks and the Ryan Rayburn leadoff double in the 4th. All 3 of their hits, obviously the 2 home runs, but the Ryan Rayburn double as well, have all resulted in runs.
Yes. Good pitch. Curveball, off speed, has Swisher out in front.
Little bit in off the plate. 2-2. Swisher drives one deep left center field. It is off the top of the fence. Swisher going to have to hurry to get to second. Ball gets away, and he goes in safely. He would have been out from me to you had the throw been fielded cleanly by Field, but the short hop got by him, and the Indians catch a break. Swisher nearly put the Indians ahead, though. That ball almost got out of here.
Well, they had their opportunity. High off the wall. Played nicely by Martin, but the throw short hops Field at second. It had plenty of time. You see the ball stayed down. He thought it was coming up, and he still had time, but that's the fourth hit. All extra base hits. 2 homers, 2 doubles. There's your leadoff double.
Swisher will be replaced by a pinch runner as Lonnie Chisenhall comes on. The go-ahead run in scoring position here in the 6th. Yan Gomes takes its ball 1.
Gomes drove in the 3rd run for the Indians with a sacrifice fly in the 4th after he was moved over to 3rd by Swisher. So now it's Gomes' turn to try and do that.
Upstairs, 2-0. Texas gets the bullpen busy in a hurry. Tanner Scheppers, we saw yesterday.
He was the winning pitcher yesterday.
Well, both teams had to use their bullpen extensively in the series opener. Neither starter around long yesterday. Three balls, no strikes. Yan Gomes with his first RBI on the year, back in the 4th inning with a sacrifice fly. Right now, he's just looking to move the runner over, but he's in a situation there, 3-0. And he takes ball 4. So 2 on, nobody out. And Brandon Moss coming up. And with it being a lefty-lefty matchup, you figure this will be the last batter of the night for Wandy Rodriguez.
Well, he had 5 walks one time this year. That was against Seattle. He left trailing in that game 4-2. He went 4 1/3 innings. He's in the 6th inning now. But he's only pitched 5. He doesn't have an out. He's walked 5, struck out 5. He had 5 walks the month of May coming into this start.
Moss grounded out his last time up to second base, struck out in the 2nd inning. Pops it up, out of play to the left. That was pitch number 100 for Rodriguez, 58% strikes on the night. And a foul back, 0-2. 3-man shift on the right side for Texas. Big hole on the left side. As Beltre, well, he was hanging over near the bag. Now he backs over toward the hole. He's got to stay close to the bag just to be able to get over there in case of a potential force.
Well, he knows Moss is not going to try and go that way. At least intentionally. He tries to pull everything. You've got him in that hole, but even If you look at Hamilton and left, he's over like a right-handed pull hitter, and the other guys are straight away to pull side.
Strikes him out. 6 strikeouts for Wandy Rodriguez, 1 away.
And that's probably going to do it for him. That's a big slow hook that he takes the left-handers off, and there you see it. Swing and a miss. He gets the out.
Can't get him over for the second time in as many innings. The Indians trying to execute. Cannot do it. We got a timeout, pitching change. Tanner Scheper's coming on when we come back. Kids 12 and under with the purchase of an adult ticket. Kids tickets are located in the new family deck here at Progressive Field. All you have to do is log on to Indians.com/kids ticket today. Well, the new pitcher is right-hander Tanner Scheper. He's coming on to face Mike Aviles with 2 on and 1 out. 10th appearance of the year for Scheper. And as Rick mentioned earlier, it was Scheper who got the win yesterday with an inning and a third of scoreless relief. And now it's up to Mike Aviles, who walked in the second, struck out in the 5th. Pops it up. And it might be playable. Moreland near the railing. No, can't get to it.
He got over there in time, though.
Mr. Benny was going to block him out, though. He wasn't going to get to that ball.
Yeah, he would have had to be like Elastic Man. Stretch. His arm would have had to reach to about 10 feet.
Well, that knocked him off the dish. Fastball up and in at 94. And he went soft and away. 2 balls and a strike. You can almost set your watch to that, can't you? If a pitch is up and in,
yeah, well,
almost 99% of the time, the next one's going to be away and probably off speed.
You go right ahead and you look away then as a hitter most of the time. But when you get that one that comes in a little close, you're a little hesitant to dive out there, even though you're looking out there.
It's like Field of Dreams when he says, next one's going to be low and away, but be aware for up and in.
Yeah, right. You are looking low and away, but you have to make sure it's not coming up and in. That's about right.
Aviles drives one right center field. Chu makes the catch, and the runners have to hold. 2 down. And that will bring up Jose Ramirez with 2 on and 2 out. And a foul right back. So far this year, Ramirez with just 3 hits with a runner in scoring position. And now he's in the hole 0-2.
Well, you're going to look down and away here. And, wow, that's a tough pitch.
Generous.
Yeah, it is. It looks a little low, but.
Outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Three our score in the 6th. 2 on, 2 out. Chisenhall, the pinch runner at second base. Gomes at first. And now the 1-2. Slowly chopped to first. And the inning is over. Indians strand 2. We've played 6. Tied at 3. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. By Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture and freestanding locations. And by AT&T Uverse, has more channels on the go than cable. Three as we go to the 7th inning. Nick Hagedorn will stay on to pitch to face Shin-Soo Choo and Prince Fielder. Adrian Beltre due up third. And Brian Shaw is getting loose in the Indians bullpen to face Beltre. And that's the first base. Nice play behind the bag by Santana, one away. Prince Fielder's had a pretty good series, huh?
Do you think so? He got himself a fastball that he slaps down the left field line for a double. It takes the other one the other way. So it was 2 fastballs, and he tried to throw him a slider for strike one. That was the 3 runs right there for the Texas Rangers. A bomb by Fielder. That was his 10th. And, I mean, this guy, they've thrown him 20 pitches in the series. He's got 12 swings, and he's 6 for 8 in the series.
Pops this one up. Hallelujah. Michael Brantley in center field makes the catch, 2 down. Mickey Callaway's going to go out for a chat here. You've got Beltre coming up, but with nobody on base, you got the left-handed hitting Josh Hamilton on deck. I'm sure the conversation is, look, you want to just put him on, or do you want to work around him and see if he'll,
Well, you don't want to put him on. You just go ahead and you just don't throw him anything too good to hit.
Oh.
I know, easier said than done, but he's a good player. If he's going to beat you, he's got to go to right center field. And you're right, it's a discussion going on out there, so you don't know.
Beltre walked in the first, bounced out into a fielder's choice to end the third, and then singled in the 5th. Trying to go with the pitch the other way, but fouls it off down the right side. Same pitch, and both times he's fouled it off.
He's just throwing as hard as he can on the outside or off the plate. And if he wants to try and pull that ball and hit it to left field, good, go right ahead. But you're going to have to, if you're going to have to hit it out to right. He wants this one in the dirt. He wants a chase swing.
Oh, what a pitch by Hagedorn. He took something off, and Beltre went fishing. Strikes him out, and it's a 1-2-3-7 for the Indians left-hander. Time now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. go back and look at the strikeout that Nick Hagedorn had against Adrian Beltre. It's a big one.
I like it. I mean, he went at him 2 fastballs away, and then they said, I want you to bounce that breaking ball. And he did exactly that. He got him to swing at his pitches. And that was out of the zone, but he gets the strikeout. Nice job by Nick Hagedorn.
Top of the order for the Indians here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and the new Texas pitcher is Keone Kela. Kipnis is 1 for 2 with a home run. And Kela gets ahead with a fastball for strike. Last 3 games, Keone Kela has pitched 3 1/3 scoreless. Last 13 games, he's given up 2 earned runs over 13 innings of work.
Yeah, they're trying to rebuild that bullpen and get it into a position where it can succeed. It started out, it was struggling early, but Sheppers they recalled. Tollison is now their closer, who we saw yesterday, and he's been in there and has done a nice job. And this guy has done a nice job recently for him.
Wow, he strikes out Jason Kipnis.
Yeah, he's got good stuff.
Only needed 4 pitches to do it.
Little off-speed pitch here. Looked like a changeup. Sitting down and away, and there it is. Or was that a straight heater? No, it looked like a change.
Yeah. He's only given up 8 hits in the last 41 batters that he's faced. Carlos Santana 0 for 2 tonight. There's the fastball, and that's up to 96.
He's in the mid-90s, and that ball runs down and away just like that changeup that Kipnis swung at for strike 3. Good pitch. It's almost like that angle. He falls off to the first base side, and his arm's out here, and the ball goes down and away the other way.
Two balls, 1 strike.
I want to see how he pitches or he tries to go in, if he ever does, to any of the hitters. Coming fastball away again. Boy, he keeps it down, doesn't he?
Well, that was a clinic. The last 2 batters, he has just been very, very good with his command.
Well, it's going to be a dollar dog night when we return home Friday, June 5th. The Baltimore Orioles will come to town. It'll be dogs, and Pepsi products are just $1. And the postgame fireworks will be presented by Wayside. So here we are. It's that time of year. Dollar Dogs Friday postgame fireworks show. Go to Indians.com and get your tickets.
Pitches downstairs. 1 ball, 1 to Michael Brantley.
Well, he's seen 9 pitches, 7 strikes in tonight's game.
Yeah, last time up, I mean, he had walked the bases loaded consecutively, and then it was like he stepped into a phone booth and came out a different guy when he faced Brantley.
Wow. It's a pretty good pitch right there. Everything has been away in this inning to every hitter.
And that's in the dirt, 3-0. Kela with the pitch. And Brantley takes. It's a strike. Brantley can't catch up. It's a full count. I think that might have been another changeup. It was a little bit hard at 90 miles an hour. But it was going down and away. And so now a full count. Payoff pitch, time called. And the payoff pitch is hit on the ground of the second baseman field. And he makes quick work of the Indians in the 7th. We're still tied at 3. Of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Eighth inning, still tied at 3. Nick Hagedorn has retired all 4 that he has faced. He'll stay on here in the 8th inning. Josh Hamilton, Mitch Moreland, both left-handed hitters to start. Right-handed hitting Elvis Andrus is third up. Santana snares the line drive for out number 1.
Ball looked like it caught him.
Well, as we promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
I need a Miller to watch this again.
This date, 1993, you were on the call with John Sanders.
Look at that. Sold out house.
You couldn't believe what you just saw.
Neither could they.
Hard to believe here. Boom, boom, gone.
Oh, goodness. Well, you let me know the next time you see something like that.
Well, sadly, the man who hit that ball, Carlos Martinez, passed away at the age of just 40 years old.
Yeah, it was, I'm not sure when, but he was young.
Almost 10 years ago. I think it was 06. Mitch Moreland 0 for 3 on the night. Of all people that could happen to, though, Jose Canseco was kind of fitting in a lot of ways, wasn't it?
Well, you've seen it happen before.
Oh, boy, that ball hit a long way, and it's not coming back. Mitch Moreland gives Texas the lead with his 5th home run of the year. An absolute, no doubt about it, long shot deep into the seats in right field. 4-3 Texas.
Well, there's a no doubter there. He was looking for his pitch, and he got it, and he didn't miss it. And it was a fastball, middle in, belled high, And this is going to be the last hitter that Hagedorn faces, I would imagine. He went an inning and a third yesterday. He's gone an inning and 2/3 today, and then gives up the big bomb to Moreland, and Texas takes a 4-3 lead. And Tito goes out, and he's going to make the pitching change.
So we've got a timeout, but Texas is now in front 4-3. Rangers have taken a 4-3 lead. A 3-run homer by Prince Fielder in the 5th and a solo shot by Moreland here in the 8th.
They've scored all 4 on a pair of bombs that were hit out in deep, and then Hagedorn was throwing well. He just found the nitro zone to Moreland right there. Cody Allen was in warming up, and I'm sure that Francona was going to take him out after Moreland, the 2 left-handers. He got Hamilton. Hamilton hit it on hard. But you remember, Hagedorn won an inning and a third yesterday's ball game. Threw the ball very well. Went an inning and 2/3 today. And unfortunately, he had to leave after giving up that home run. So now it's time for the Indians to get a couple more outs and get the offense rolling.
Elvis Andrus is 2 for 3 on the night. Chop to third. It's a fair ball. And Andrus on his way to second, and he's got a 3-hit night.
This is like the ball Brantley hit yesterday down in the corner, right out in front of home plate. High hopper, and at third base, Aviles can't do anything with it. Gets over his head and down the line for a double. That ball Brantley hit yesterday, that double scored a run. So now Texas trying to add on here.
And Carlos Corcoran 0 for 2 with a sac bunt, the batter. Swung out and missed at a high heater. Cody Allen ready with a 1-1, and a breaking ball fouled back. Carlos Corcoran with Elvis Andrus in scoring position at second base. But he's down on the count 1-2. Upstairs, he missed 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chased one in the dirt, and he strikes him out, 2 down. And that'll bring up Tommy Field.
Going to chase the curveball down in the dirt. Come up empty. So Cody gets his first out, second out in the inning. Oh, a chance to get out of it and leave a man stranded.
Now the Indians will be trying to do tonight what the Chicago White Sox did to the Toronto Blue Jays. The White Sox scored 3 in the 8th to go up 9-7 on Toronto. David Robertson came on to close. And Josh Donaldson hit a 3-run walk-off homer to win it for Toronto in the bottom of the 9th.
No kidding. What a nice trade that was for Toronto. He's had some big games for him already. And Toronto again with what? Another 10 runs.
That's the first loss for Robertson. Not sure if it's his first blown save or not.
I think it's his second blown save. I think he had one when we were in Chicago.
Okay. And a strike called. Murph says he had a blown save earlier this year against the Reds. But that's one of those ones that just...
Yeah, that's a
because
crusher.
that was a back-and-forth game, kind of like the one the Indians had with Texas yesterday.
Yes, it was.
But you've got it in the bag. You're in the 9th. You got your guy, and he's been lights out, and boom. Oh. Fly ball right field. Moss makes the catch. We'll see if the Indians can get the bats going here in the bottom of the 8th. Down 4-3. Express and Total Car Care. It's coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. Ross Ohlendorf is coming out of pitch now for Texas.
Well, there you go. We saw him once in Texas, and it's the old-style windup. As a matter of fact, they just called him up the day he pitched against the Indians in Texas. He's making his 5th appearance. Has walked 2, struck out 4. Coming on to face due-up was Rayburn, Chisenhall, and Gomes, and you're going to get Michael Bourne pinch hitting for Rayburn.
As a pinch hitter, Bourne is 0 for 1. Back out of play. Ohlendorf pitched for the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Padres, Nationals over in the National League. So he and Bourne have faced a few times in the past, and that pitch down low. Two balls and a strikes. And that's out of play. The 2-2 to Bourne. And a ground ball right at the second baseman. Routine play, one away. That'll bring up Lonnie Chisenhall. His first at bat of the night came on as a pinch runner. Back in the 6th. It was 3 years ago that Ohlendorf went to this new windup that's sort of a throwback motion with that exaggerated rock step and lifts both of his arms up over his head, kind of like they used to do back in the old days.
Well, just not the old days, just to get something and deceive some of the hitters. But it looks so weird nowadays, Matt, because you got these guys that are so compact, they don't want to, half of them, look like they're coming out of the stretch.
Yeah, very little movement at all.
Right.
He's gone to the other end. But in his case, he says it gives me rhythm and it helps me stay loose. And, you get up there in age and staying loose is half the battle.
And maybe gives him a little deception, too, which is not a bad thing. When you look at it, his foot it looks like it's going to go all the way off the mound, but it just goes back about 6 inches and comes down. It's just getting his arms and everything maybe in rhythm.
Almost seems like you'd expended a lot of energy.
Well, yeah, but he's only going to pitch an inning.
Right. 2
tops, so you know what? It's no big deal. Just like other people want to, whatever you can do to repeat your delivery.
Swung on and missed. Boy.
A lot of guys say that's why they do it. Carrasco does. He doesn't want to go from the windup. He comes from the stretch, and so whatever feels comfortable for you is what it boils down to. But it looks so weird nowadays because nobody does it anymore. Paul Bird how about when he did the double pump?
Yeah.
Just something different, something fun to watch.
Gomes yanks one left field. That's a fair ball. It's up against the wall. He's going to have to hurry. Jams on the brakes and holds with a long 2-out single.
And that's one thing that Texas was doing. They were playing very deep in the outfield to no double defense. Gomes picked down a slider and ropes it down the left field line, but Hamilton was able to get to it quickly because look where he was playing. He just walks over and waits for it to come right back to him. So it's only going to be a single.
That's a shame you hit a ball that hard and you get penalized for it.
Well, that's where, how many times have you heard people say the no double defense, they put one in front of you and the guy gets a base hit and you get a base runner. There's one case. Look at them now. They're deeper than ever.
Yeah.
They're even deeper than they were with Gomes on. They're almost on the warning track. But that's the reason why it's done. So you keep a guy off second base.
Moss pulled off of that ball and hit it off the very end of his bat. He's 0 for 3 tonight, has struck out twice. And that misses in off the play 1-1. Bounced it in front of the plate. The other thing, too, with Ollendorf, once you get a runner on base, all that rocking and motion, it's all out the window.
Yes, it is. Then you got to go from the stretch. And you got to get to the ball to the catcher in a hurry.
Upstairs, 3 balls and a strike.
Well, he's going to have to make a couple of pitches here. You're going to put the tying run in scoring position if he doesn't throw a strike.
And he takes. It's a called strike. Full count. Oof. Gomes will be off on the 3-2 pitch. And we'll do it again.
Throw him a nice 3-1 fastball low. And I think
Fooled
Moss,
him, huh?
well, I don't know what he was looking for. Moss is a good low ball hitter. You would think he might have had a cut at it, and he comes back with a 3-2 changeup.
Breeze picking up, blowing out towards center field. Payoff pitch. Runner goes, swing and a miss. Inning over. We'll go to the ninth, 4-3 Texas.
Let's recap our keys to the game. Don't let Prince be the king. Well, he is a king today. 3 for 4. He hit the 3-run home run in the series. He's 6 for 9, and that tied the ball game up in the 5th. Keep the heat on Wandy Rodriguez. He settled in. The Indians had a 3-0 lead, and it's been 4 unanswered since that point. He gave up only 4 hits, so the Indians are going to have to answer something here in the 9th inning, but it's going to be Mark Zipchinski who comes on the ball game here in the 9th. Allen went 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit. He's going to face the top of the lineup, Martin Chu, fielder.
Defensive alignment changing up a little bit with Bourne going to center. Brantley slides over to left. Martin walked and scored in that 5th inning, and that was the turning point in this game. Danny Salazar was cruising along. Indians were up 3-0. And with 1 out, he walked Martin. It was a good at-bat. Martin got a 3-2 pitch. He walked, and then he hit Chu with a fastball. The next pitch he threw ended up 20 rows deep in right field, and it was 3-3 off the bat of Prince Fielder. Breaking ball missed inside. It stayed tied until the 8th when Mitch Moreland homered off Nick Hagedorn. Put the Rangers up 4-3. And a bouncing ball to Kipnis. 1 away. Let's go back to that 5th inning. After the walk, there's the ball that hit Chu. Salazar looking at that middle finger. Next pitch he threw was long gone. Then he gave up a hit to Beltre after that, and then they came out and checked out the finger. He was able to finish the inning. And he pitched into the 6th, got the first 2 outs of that inning before he finally was taken out of the game. Chu takes, and it's a strike. Weekly chopped to short. Ramirez throws it over, 2 down. Well, it's official. The Cavaliers are moving on to the NBA Finals.
All right, congratulations.
They sweep the Hawks by 30 points tonight, 118-88.
They did not want to go back to Atlanta, so they'll have, about 7 or 8 days off now before it starts? June 4th.
Guess, right?
Yeah, June 4th is when it kicks off. 8 days they'll have off, so get a chance to rest a little bit. Congratulations to the Cavs.
Absolutely, and I know the fans are ecstatic. Swing and a miss by Prince Fielder, who was trying to hit one to the upper tank.
That was his base hit swing.
Yeah. He doesn't have an in-between, does he?
No, there is no in-between. It's all out. He leaves nothing in the bag. But his first 2 hits today were to left field. You hang the breaking ball, and he can yank it right center. He can hit him anywhere. He's just in such a good groove. When players of his caliber are swinging the bat like he is, it's fun to watch this guy, approach his craft, because he is locked in, folks. Leading the league in hitting and hits and multi-hit games. And
it's also what's unique and great about the game of baseball is that great baseball players come in all different shapes and sizes.
Sure,
they don't have to be a certain body type or a certain speed type. You just have to have that, whether it's a combination of hard work and God-given ability or all the above, the ability to put the barrel to the ball consistently.
Well, the thing about it, he went to his manager, says, I'll DH. Moreland's a better first baseman. It's going to help this club, and he doesn't mind it. Andre said he likes to lift weights and hit, and he's doing both of them very well this year.
He's lifting the whole team right now.
Well, he's a guy that can carry a team for a while. Not many guys can do that in baseball. But he's been doing it so far this week for him on this road trip.
In the dirt, full count. And all these pitchers are paying attention, and they know that the way he's swinging it right now, if it's anywhere near the hitting zone, he's going to do some damage.
Well, the way you look at it is if he gets his hits, fine. Make him singles. Don't let him leave the yard.
And the payoff pitch to left field. Back goes Brantley, still going back on the track. Makes the catch right in front of the wall on what initially appeared to be a routine pop. Instead, he almost hit it off the wall. Rangers go 1-2-3. Last chance for the Indians coming up next. Stick around for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's coming your way next. And it is a 4-3 Texas lead. Bottom of the ninth, Sean Tollison will come on and try to close it out for the Rangers. For the Indians, Mike Aviles, Jose Ramirez, and Jason Kipnis will be batting. Same defensive switch as we had yesterday. Jake Smolinski comes in left field, and Josh Hamilton goes to right.
Okay. Well, let's see if the Indians can do anything here in the ninth. Get a man on. You need 2 runs, 2 to win it. They have 5 hits on the night. They had a 3-0 lead. They are now down 4-3, so it's been 4 unanswered by Texas.
Popped him up on the infield, and the second baseman, Tommy Field, gives way to the first baseman, Moreland. 1 away.
Got David Murphy coming out of the dugout. He's going to hit for Ramirez.
Ramirez was 0 for 2 tonight. And David Murphy gets a chance to bat against his former club.
David 4 for 12 as a pinch hitter, couple homers, 3 ribbies. And he's done very well against his former club since coming to Cleveland.
Murphy takes a fastball for a strike to even the count 1-1. That one knocked him off the dish. 2 balls and a strike. Murphy pops it up at the plate. The catcher, Corcoran, makes the grab, and there are 2 down. Well, it'll be up to Jason Kipnis now to try and give the Indians some hope here in the bottom of the 9th. Down a run. And he went to an off-speed pitch and drops it in for a strike. Tops it, and it stays foul. And a misplay in the front row. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. In the bottom of the 9th, and Kipnis with a bouncer to short. Kicked by Andrus, and the Indians are still alive. Kipnis reaching on the boot by Elvis Andrus.
Boy, a routine grounder for this guy. And it goes just off the thumb of his glove, and he doesn't hold it. They're going to get an extra out and see if they can take advantage. My goodness, that's their 40th error. They are 14th in the league in errors. And the Indians still alive here.
Carlos Santana, 0 for 3 tonight. He walked back in the 5th inning. Can he rescue the Tribe here in the bottom of the 9th? He was trying, but he swings and misses. Off-speed pitch. Toloson's throwing a lot of slow stuff early in the count here in the bottom of the 9th. Taking advantage of these Indians hitters who've gone up there with that big swing. Down at the feet, 1-1. Tolleson ready with a 1-1. Throws it over to first. Kipnis back easy. The 9th inning has not been a magical one for the Indians so far this year. They've been outscored in the 9th, 22-9.
Well, let's make it 22-11, and everything will be just fine.
Santana takes
change up.
Another off-speed pitch. It's 1-2. Downstairs, Santana takes, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. If Santana should walk, Michael Brantley waits in the on-deck circle. We know Santana is very patient at the plate. Takes,
Oh.
he got hit.
Sure
he got
did.
hit by the pitch, and the Indians have the tying run into scoring position. And the winning run now is at first. And now the trainers come out. Jeff Desjardins, Terry Francona going to check out Santana to see if he's all right. I don't know if that ball got him on the elbow or if it was on the hand. Oh, got him
Maybe
on
the
the
wrist.
hand. Yeah, maybe the wrist. You're right.
Back wrist.
So 2 on, 2 out. As Jeff Desjardins trying to get an idea if Santana is going to be able to stay in the game here.
I don't know if do they have anybody else. Well, they do. Who's they got Perez. It's the only other guy they have left, isn't it?
Yep.
It's off the bench.
Well, it looks like Santana's going to be able to stay in there. It's not so much now that you're worried about. All he's got to do now is run. But if the Indians should tie this, go to extra innings, you just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
August 3rd last year in the 12th inning against these Rangers, Michael Brantley won a game right here with a walk-off home run against these Rangers. Base hit here would almost certainly tie it. Tollison deals, and Brantley takes a strike. Brantley 0 for 4 tonight, 1 for 8 in the series. The Indians let the Rangers off the hook in the 5th inning when Wandy Rodriguez walked 3 straight to load the bases. Now here in the 9th, an error and a hit batter have the Indians in position for a dramatic finish.
Yeah, you get the extra out in the inning. They have to take advantage of it by a very solid shortstop that doesn't make many mistakes.
Brantley fouls it back out of play. And now the Rangers 1 strike away from taking the first 2 in the series.
It's a fastball right there, a little elevated. Brantley fouled it off.
One ball, 2 strikes with 2 on and 2 out. Long look in and time called again. Jason Kipnis, the tying run, is at second base. Santana, the winning run, is at first. Sean Tollison eventually might throw a pitch here. Finally, for the 3rd time, they call time, and now they got to go out and talk face-to-face.
You know, this situation, they want to make sure they are absolutely on the same page here.
No signs necessary. They've talked about it enough. Here's the 1-2. Low, and the count is even.
Wow, good take by Brantley. Tried to get him to chase that breaking ball down. He did not do it.
$11,352. Looking on here with 2 on, 2 out in the ninth. Another 20,000 assembling outside the gates here at Progressive Field, just coming out of the queue after the Cavaliers punched their ticket to the NBA Finals. The 2-2. Chop back to the mound, and that'll do it. Tollison throws him out, and the game is over. The Indians strand 2 in the ninth, and they lose it by a final score of 4-3. So the Rangers have come to town and doused the Indians' high hopes with this winning streak, taking the first 2. And meanwhile, Texas is now streaking. They've won 7 in a row to get to 500 at 23-23 on the year. Indians fall to 20-25. Keone Kela gets the win. He goes to 4-1. Sean Tollison the save. It's his 5th. And the losing pitcher will be Nick Hagedorn. And this year, Hagedorn goes to 0-1 on the season. And the home run by Mitch Moreland off Hagedorn is the difference here tonight. But the Indians had opportunities that fell by the board that ultimately could be the main culprit here tonight. Bases loaded with only 1 out after 3 straight walks in the 5th inning. They did not capitalize. They had their first 2 on in the 6th inning. Again, they failed to capitalize. Extra out opportunity here in the 9th. Can't get it done.
Well, tough thing to do. It's tough to win a game with 5 hits. They had 4 extra base hits. They just couldn't cash in. And the Texas Rangers, the long ball, paid dividends for them tonight.
So that's it. That's all. The final score tonight, Texas 4, Cleveland 3. Indians Live, presented by Conrad's, is coming up next. We'll be back with you tomorrow at high noon for the series finale here on Sports Time Ohio.